assigning all legislators to the chambers so that we may begin the committees. Okay. You know what? Calling the Rules Committee to order, asking Legislator Josh Lafazan to lead us in the pledge. Mike, could you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Witten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Coppell. Chairman Richard Nicolello. We have a quorum, sir.
As we always do, we will start out with the contracts and the Rules Committee. And I'm going to call all those contracts at once. A30, A35, A37, A41 of 2022. These are resolutions authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to execute a purchase order or to approve additional funding for a blanket purchase order between the county and Focus Camera, Chef Minute Meals, Sterling Corporation, Blue Mall and Boats. E117, E131, E132, E133, E134, E135, E136, E138. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and Maximum Associates, New York State Industries for the Disabled, Tyler Technologies, Abrams Fensterman, One Security Services, Rainbow Sound, Inc., Brownfield Development Solutions, Inc., and Scudden Swim, Inc. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. So those contracts are before us. Also, we need a motion to suspend the rules. Legislator Bino makes that motion, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. E-137 is a resolution, before I do that, all in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. And then I'm just going to call this additional contract so that it's on a list of contracts to be discussed. E-137, a resolution ratifying the Commission of Shared Services Award and the County Executive's execution of a personal services agreement between the county and a cybersecurity vendor. All right, so all those are before us. A couple of them have to be tabled. Yes, good point. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. That was E-137 to put that before us. The following contracts have to be tabled: A-41 of 2022, Blue Marlin Boats, and E-117 of 2022, Maximus Associates Security Services, Blue Marlin Boats. My understanding is that IG is still gathering data, and Maximum Associates, the administration is in discussions to resolving an issue with the CSEA. So motion to table by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those two are tabled. So let's start with Emergency Management and Chef Minute Meals. A-35. A-35. A-35.
Good afternoon, all. Thomas Delaney, OEM. Item A3522 is for the purchase of emergency meals that were going to be used in case we open up sheltering. They'll be stockpiled in our climate-controlled warehouse. This $161,400 purchase is 100% grant funded.
The notes indicate that the county has a unique agreement with the vendor in which they agree to take back at reduced price their soon-to-be expired products. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is true. FEMA does not want us to throw away what's called critical emergency supplies when they reach their end of life. You know, as such, when we have a stockpile of bottled water, before that expires, we've got a use for it. The Marathon, we hand it out there. We're not throwing it away. The meals, it's not so easy. We ran into a problem years ago where, I don't like to say fortunately, but there was a earthquake in Haiti, and they took meals that we had that were going to expire. This relieves me of that problem.
Okay, that's great. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mr. Delaney, could you tell me the shelf life on those meals?
I'm sorry, say that?
The shelf life.
Okay, the shelf life on these is approximately 4 years, but we're going to, again, give them back to the vendor before they expire.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
E-131, a contract with the New York State Industries for the Disabled. So it should be social services.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. I'm Deputy Commissioner Rudy Carminati from the Department of Social Services. This is an imaging contract for a mandated service from the state of New York, and I have with me Sharon Lucidi to give you the details.
Good afternoon. This contract is to allow us to continue the imaging process that we have been doing at DSS for clients' records. They're imaged and they're stored. We are looking into doing a new process with the state, New York State, to have them hold our repository of images. It would share information between counties of the state so that as people move, their services can go with them, and it would allow us to eventually shred the documents.
Thank you. Any questions? Legislator Bino.
Hi. So they sign a disclosure that would allow for us to share that information with the state?
It's the state OTDA. It's the
Oh,
Office
to that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Information Technology, E-132, 2022, is contract with Tyler Technologies.
Good afternoon, Joe Jacobina, Deputy Commissioner, Information Technology. This amendment is to authorize an increase in the maximum amount of the contract with Tyler Technologies, Inc. by $544,416. The purchase amount needed to purchase, install, implement, and maintain the mobile version of the Nassau County Firecom's computer-aided dispatch. The software is known as CrewForce. In addition, the amendment exercises the county's option to extend the contract end date by 2 years. Amendment will also encumber $450,000 upon execution of funds that will be covered by a federal grant. Firecom CrewForce module provides emergency responders mobile access to critical data captured at centralized dispatch locations. This real-time information is provided to the responders prior to their arrival at the scene. Mobile access is facilitated by iPads and mobile phones. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I see that you have Chief Utero behind you. Maybe you could add a little bit of detail to this.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick synopsis of what the system does so you have a better understanding. The Tyler CrewForce, which will be accessible on MDTs, which is mobile data terminals, which you see in police cars and fire vehicles, also police ambulances, fire trucks. It's also on mobile devices, smartphones, iPhones, tablets, etc. So it's going to be provided a link finally between the 71 volunteer fire departments and the 6 ambulance corps that serve Nassau County. It's a county-wide technology that we've never had before. It will permit units utilizing GPS locators to identify available duty crews and in-service ambulances, engine companies, ladders, rescues, so that during county-wide emergencies or local emergencies like a structure fire or a battalion area incident, the incident commander can view on this source what assets are nearby and what can get there fastest. It will allow the 71 fire departments and 6 ambulance corps and all PD ambulances the ability to see all call activity within the Nassau County Fire Service dispatching system, including the primary dispatch agency, which you guys know as Firecom, and the 20 independent fire dispatch agencies, which currently dispatch other departments. So it's going to basically bridge and network all of them together. At a more advanced use, it will allow dispatched agencies to receive turn-by-turn directions, call narratives from the dispatcher, and even change in their statuses from en route to on scene. It'll also allow responding units to clear themselves from a call and get ready for another call. So it's yet another thing that if someone goes mutual aid from New Hyde Park to Westbury, the New Hyde Park unit will get turn-by-turn instructions and hydrant information, stuff that they couldn't get before when they're responding to assist another department. Additionally, the data can be shared with the County Police Department's Communications Bureau and Emergency Ambulance Bureau. We're working on policies and procedures right now with the fire service to get this interoperability shared service off the ground. In closing, it's what we see in this world. See in this world in Nassau County where neighboring departments no longer need to make phone calls, switch radio frequencies, to communicate, evaluate situations, and mutually aid their counterparts without having to go through the old antiquated system, which causes delays. With this vision, the fire dispatchers will have a clearer picture than ever before to respond to calls quicker than they have in the past. And the most important part is this great project it's about safety. There is proof that this solution can provide quicker response times and therefore safer communities. So appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I think this is going to be a big game changer to the volunteer fire service.
Okay. That's great. All sounds fantastic. Any questions for Chief Utero? No? Okay. Thanks again. And could you provide the notes that you were reading from for our staff?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next contract is with the County Attorney's Office and Abrams Fensterman, E-133.
Good afternoon, legislators. Brian Libbert from the County Attorney's Office. This is a contract with the law firm of Abrams and Fensterman. The predominant case on this contract is asbestos. The staff summary references a few other cases. Because of some transitions at the firm, there are other matters mentioned there. To my understanding, all of those are long since complete. So the only active thing at the moment is asbestos, and when that is complete, that will also be the last case. So my belief is this is the final amendment. Happy to answer any questions about any of that.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Any questions on this? No? We're good.
Thank you.
Okay. Shared Services, E-136, Brownfield Redevelopment Solutions.
Good afternoon. Allison Malamy, Deputy Commissioner of Shared Services. This contract is for grant research and writing services for all county departments. Brownfield Redevelopment Solutions is a certified woman-owned business enterprise that employs proprietary software to track grant opportunities. They will notify the appropriate county departments of grants that they may be interested in pursuing, and if accepted by the department, complete all sections of the grant application. This is a 3-year contract with the option to renew for an additional 3 years. Fees are payable on an hourly basis with maximum cost per task capped. The maximum amount of the initial contract is $267,000. Thank you.
Okay, just a quick question. Often you see with these grant writing contracts, it'll be the compensation will be based on a percentage of what they're able to achieve. So the administration feels that this is a better way to go forward with this grant in particular, this grant writer in particular.
Yes, this contract is structured so that there's just, as I mentioned, there's a maximum amount for each type of grant that they write for. For example, major federal grants, I believe, is capped at $15,000, a regular federal grant at $5,000, state grants at $3,000, but those are maximum amounts. It's billed hourly. It could be less.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? No? Thank you. Okay. Police Department. First contract is A30 of 2022 with focus cameras. Inspector Field back there. You have to press the button, please.
There we go. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Deputy Inspector Tom Murphy from the Police Department. We're looking at A30. A30,
Yep.
okay. This is to utilize the purchase of camera equipment to be utilized by our crime scene search unit. It's to bring up the technology and advance us to be more efficient in answering up to the new the new discovery forms.
Okay. Any questions on this? No. So we have let's go to the second one with the police department. It's with Sterling Corporation, 837.
Okay. This is a request to raise our contract with Sterling from up to $1 million. Previously, we had a $300,000 contract with them, which allowed us to have approximately $95,000 a year. With the rising costs of parts, we are asking for additional funds preemptively, not that we're going to use them, but should a problem arise, we want to make sure we have a cushion to have additional monies. This will be in the ongoing 3-year contract we have with Sterling.
Okay. Any questions on this one? Just my background says that, backup says that we have 3 helicopters. One is 15 years old. The other are 2 and 7 years old.
Yeah, the one that the oldest one we use as for training, and the other additional are 7 years old. They're all in tip-top condition right now, airworthy, mission-worthy. It's just that we want to make sure that should something go wrong, we would have the monies to replace. A simple one-piece tail rotor is now up to $56,000 just for one. Each of those helicopters has 4. So if something should go bad, we don't want to have a helicopter go down for 6 to 8 months while we're waiting for the funds to replace these rising costs and parts.
Okay, that's a great explanation. Thanks. Sure. Minority Leader Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. This is a general question. Are there any other municipalities, any other police departments that have helicopters?
Multiple, yes.
Which ones?
Suffolk County.
No. In Nassau.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
In Nassau, I'm talking about.
No, you're talking about other
Like
agencies?
smaller police departments, Hempstead, Freeport.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next contracts are with the Parks Department. First one would be E-134 with Priority 1 Security Services.
Good afternoon, Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner. This is an amendment to a personal services agreement that was executed and approved in 2020 with the vendor providing security at various county parks and for events. This amendment increases the maximum amount authorized for the second year of the contract by $4,087.42 in order to satisfy the balance owed to the vendor. These funds are paid out of the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Program, and this memo will also terminate the agreement effective September 30th, 2022, which has been mutually agreed upon by both the vendor and the county because they can't provide the services to us at the rate that they proposed in their RFP, and there's no way to adjust that hourly rate.
Any questions on this one? All right, very good. You want to go to the next one?
Rainbow?
Yep.
E-13522 is an amendment to a personal services agreement between the county and Rainbow Sounds, Inc. from May 1st, 2021, terminating on September 30th, 2026. Rainbow Sound provides sound, backline, and production assistance for high-level concerts at the Lakeside Theater, serving as a support for our mobile operations team. Due to the high level of some of our acts, we needed to use Rainbow an increased number of times. So as a result, we are seeking to increase the annual maximum amount authorized from $25,000 to $75,000, and this annual amount is funded through the Hotel Motel Tax Grant Program. This memo will also add a cancellation policy to the agreement. The existing agreement does not provide for cancellation due to weather or other act, and the vendor expected the county this summer to pay a full invoice for an amount that we had canceled in excess of 24 hours. So even if the services are not provided, which to me that didn't sit well, so we are negotiating a cancellation clause of a reduced fee in the event that we don't cancel within a 24-hour period, which of course we would seek to do that.
Any questions on this one? Sure. Legislator DeRidge Whitten.
Hi, Darcy. Just as far as the prior one with the security, what do you plan on doing going forward?
Hopefully this committee will hear in January a replacement contract.
Okay, and then you still have funds left over, right, from this, because this was a 5-year contract, right?
Yes.
And we only used $40,000, I think?
Correct.
Okay, so you still have some left
And there was
over.
an RFP for a backup, so
Okay.
we're looking to exercise that backup
Good.
plan.
I just want to make sure, you have your security, because...
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Let's go to the third one.
E-13822 is Park seeking to amend a contract for services between the county and Scoot and Swim, Inc. The original contract dates back to May 15, 2017. I'm seeking to exercise this second and final renewal option. Scoot and Swim will provide the county with a mechanism to keep Nassau County Aquatic Center open and staffed during the winter seasonal period of January 1st to March 15, 2023. The amendment term will end on March 15, 2023, and we are seeking to add an additional $42,000 in funds to this amendment, which is in line with the pay increases that the previous administration gave to county lifeguards in 2021. Scooten will assume responsibility under our oversight for lifeguarding and first aid services at the Aquatic Center for a 10-week period.
Any questions? No, I think we're good, Darcy.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the last contract we have is the one that's going to require executive session. So I'm going to leave that aside for a moment and call the rest of these for a vote now. Again, this is A35, E131, E132, E133, E136, A30, A37, E134, E135, E138. Any further debate or discussion on those items? Any public comment?
Good afternoon, Media J. Maraday. Just a couple of questions. But first, I just wanted to use one of my moments as we're coming up to Pearl Harbor to use that as a remembrance of another period of tragedy in our history that we should never forget. The 2008 sailors, 109 Marines, 218 soldiers, and 68 civilians that are listed that we lost on that day, possibly more. Again, we have to continue to put our focus and efforts on those who have made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedoms in our country. Now back to the contracts. I'm happy to see that we do have grant writing capabilities coming to Nassau County. Still disheartened that when I hear about these contracts, I'm not hearing, and there may be, but again, the public, the taxpayers that are struggling out here, the diverse businesses that don't feel included, it would be nice to hear if these vendors, and a number of these contracts seem to be repeat contracts, which also raises my level of concern with regard to the lack of inclusion that continues with regard to our service disabled and veteran-owned businesses, minority and women, and disabled business owners in Nassau County. So again, I put it on the record with regard to requesting some type of inclusion, and it would be nice if the public could get a better idea. These numbers that are flying around, there's a $260,000 cap per year for the grant writer. Again, specifics like that, we need to know. It's our tax dollars that are going into this. So if we could at some point say that there's, again, all I heard was one certified women business enterprise. Great, but this is 2022. We need to hear about more diversity and inclusion in these contracts, and that those who are getting contracts, generally in the private sector, they do have requirements for our contractees with regard to who they subcontract with. Again, I don't have any review process with regard to the contracts or the agreements that go out in the discussions, but I think, again, when you're talking about a $3 billion budget, the taxpayers should have some kind of support system that is known, that our legislators are those who are fiduciary responsibility of our funding, is making sure that our results are as inclusive and diverse of residents who are here, who pay our taxes here, who are struggling to live here as much as possible. Thank you. And again, remember December 7th, 1941. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita. These contracts now up for a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, they all passed unanimously. Now I need a motion to go into executive session for E-137, moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. All in favor of executive session signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, we're in exec session. We're actually going to the conference room on the majority side, at the request of you guys. Yeah, yeah. like to invite the legislators back to the chambers. We're going to be recessing the Rules Committee and letting the other committees go forward. No. All right. We are back in the Rules Committee out of executive session. I'm going to put the Rules Committee in recess and move on to the next committee, which is Public Safety.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm calling Public Safety Committee to order. And I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Public Safety Committee roll call. Legislator Deborah Muley. Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Delia Dirigi Witten. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Mazi Palib.
Here.
Vice Chairman Stephen Rhodes. Chairwoman Denise Ford.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. There are 4 items on the agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 382-22 through 386-22. Clerk item number 382-22 and 385-22 are ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with emergency management. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. The items are before us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thomas Delaney, Office of Emergency Management. Thank you for calling these together. Both of these items, 382 and 385, are federal Homeland Security grants. There's quite a few items combined in 385, but we'll start with 382 first. This is simpler. There's 3 grant awards bundled into this. One is the Tech Rescue Grant, another one is our Cybersecurity Grant, and another one is a Critical Infrastructure Grant. These are all competitive grants New York State offers of money that they carve out of one of the primary Homeland Security grants we get, State Homeland Security Grant Program, and we were fortunate enough to be afforded these.
Glad to hear that. Any questions from the legislators? Delia?
Hi. Do you have any idea what kind of infrastructure? I know it's not a lot, it's 50,000, but do you have any idea what you're going to use the funding for, or?
With the, which one, I'm sorry?
The 50,000 for the critical infrastructure?
Okay, so that one's easy. We're going to purchase, or actually lease, portable surveillance camera systems that we can, take and deploy in the parking lot of OEM's area, which also houses some police assets. And we can also use these and roll them out to events, allowing us to remotely observe
Okay.
situations.
That's interesting. And I know I said this to you, but off the record a little, but I really appreciate all your help with Toys for Tots on yesterday, that was. You guys really helped not only hold all the toys, but you helped collect them, and you helped me do everything yesterday, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. We're a very small unit, as you know, but we try to be efficient. Thank you.
You definitely are, and you're very present in our communities. Thank you very much. But you're going to talk about 385?
I am. So 385 is quite a few supplemental appropriations, but they really consist of 3 grants. The first one is our Emergency Management Performance Grant for $510,000. There's a 50% cost match on this, and we use it essentially to offset salary and fringe expenses for OEM employees. The other 2 grants that are in here is the State Homeland Security Grant Program and the Urban Area Security Initiative. On the State Homeland Security Grant Program, we don't give any of this to law enforcement because the state already does that for us. It's called the State Law Enforcement Terrorism Prevention Program. 30% of that automatically goes to PD. And so we take that and we divvy that up with non-law enforcement departments. On the Urban Area Security Initiative side, in addition to emergency management, we take that and divvy that up with the law enforcement agencies within the county because we're required to give 30% to law enforcement.
Any questions, comments? Any public? Hear none? All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. All those in favor of passing these items? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I didn't.
Takes me back a little longer for the herniated discs to operate sometimes. Mita J. Maraday, just some questions pertaining to the nature, the actual intent with regard to the Homeland Security funding. If I'm hearing infrastructure, I'm not hearing kind of mobile surveillance. I'm hearing actual infrastructure for locations that are county-owned that can be better prepared for emergency situations. You know, we suffered a lot through Sandy, particularly on the South Shore, but I'm not sure how much we actually have learned to upgrade with regard to the vulnerability that still exists for many of the communities and the residents who still don't feel that they have any true idea of planning for emergencies. There doesn't seem to be any type of interaction or engagement with local community-based organizations, how we can effectively address our residents in crisis when we have shortages in terms of floods. We're still in a hurricane zone. So I'm still a little concerned about that. And the tech rescues, again, if that is tied into actually providing resources, maybe that can be better adapted in cases of emergencies, shortages, outages, particularly with our most vulnerable populations in nursing homes and critical facilities. So those are my questions under 382. With regard to 383, again, emergency management performance. I mean, these high-powered words that come out of the federal government also come with specific guidelines and regulations. This is not to say that our hardworking OEMs are not performing to the best capability, of a small agency, but I'm hoping that we become more aligned, per se, with our neighbors, particularly with New York City's OEM, because a lot of the structures that are in place with regard to their practices and outreach to the 5 boroughs could be something ideal that we could learn and gain from in Nassau County with the upcoming storms. Because again, we're still very vulnerable, we're not protected, and we do not have the community support and resources that are federally funded in those neighborhoods and communities. So those are my questions. I was kind of hoping that others on the committee would ask those, and if someone could give me some kind of direction. I would have probably posed them when the director was confirmed at the last meeting, but I don't, the rules, the suspension of rules, I don't know, sometimes you allow for public comment and sometimes you don't. I'm not trying to waste your time or mine, but being a 9/11 first responder, being a part of the New York City's Office of Emergency Management, I live in Nassau County, so I know residents who are still suffering from Sandy and the fear that they have that they're still not being prepared or supported with regard to any upcoming dangers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure that your comments are heard by Commissioner Corbett, and we'll make sure that, and as you know, he guided the city of Long Beach and the surrounding communities during and after Sandy, and he did a phenomenal job, and he wants to bring that same professionalism to this job, and I'm sure he will be reaching out to the communities as well to ease a lot of fears. But thank you. All those in favor of passing these items, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The items pass unanimously. Clerk, item number 384-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the police department. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Millet. The item is before us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deputy Inspector Tom Murphy. I have 6 items under 384-2. First item, Police Department requests supplemental appropriation of $204,000 in funds to be received from the U.S. Department of Justice. These funds are offered by the U.S. Department of Justice and were awarded to Suffolk County as the fiscal agent on behalf of the Nassau-Suffolk Partnership. Now is being passed through to Nassau County. The funding is to be used to support personnel, overtime, fringe, and the purchase of equipment as part of a multifaceted program to enforce intervention and prevention aimed at reducing violent crime.
And what other items fall under that? When you say, it's just that these grants, correct, under 384?
I have 6 items that fall under 384.
Okay, well, the grants. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize, yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Okay.
It's okay. Go to the next one?
Sure, please.
Okay. All right, so the next one is the 2022 GIVE program. This item appropriates $306,533 to be received from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services to provide overtime funding to enhance investigative and street-level enforcement with a focus on reducing gun violence. This is not required any kind of contributory match. Okay. My third item is we request the supplemental appropriation of $2 million in funds to be received from the U.S. Department of Transportation. The NCPD Motor Carrier Safety Unit is requesting these funds, which will provide overtime to allow them to conduct commercial motor vehicle enforcement. Officers will inspect these vehicles to ensure that they follow all federal and state safety regulations. There is no required match on this.
On this one, are you talking about like this would be like with the trucks, like they would do weigh in the trucks or just inspect it?
Right. The Motor Carrier Safety Unit is responsible to go out and make sure that commercial vehicles are up to inspection and safety equipment and that, usually on the 495 and the larger roads.
Oh, okay. But would they also do it on some of the side streets where trucks may be going?
Wherever we see commercial traffic, and large volumes of commercial traffic, we always send the Motor Carrier Safety Unit to do these random spot inspections.
All right. It's good to know. Thank you.
Sure.
Go. I'm sorry. You have others. I'm sorry.
All right, my next item is requesting supplemental appropriation of $105,337 received from the U.S. Department of Justice. The grant funds will be used to support overtime funding for the deployment of NCPD personnel, including the Bureau of Special Operations. Also precinct-level officers and supervisors to conduct community outreach and interact with community stakeholders. Nassau County will use in the $105,137 in grant $82,017 will be used for plainclothes patrols, and $123,120 for related fringe benefits. There is no match with this grant. Okay, my fifth item. Okay, the police department requests supplemental appropriation in the amount of $11,088 in funds to be received from New York State Office of Homeland Security. The funds administered by the Homeland Security will be utilized by members of the Nassau County Police Department to participate in a New York State Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services sponsored exercise that will test Homeland Security measures and promote joint operation responses within the region. Participants will include members of Nassau County, Suffolk County, and New York State Police. There is no required match for this funding. Last but not least, okay. County Department requests supplemental appropriation in the amount of $479,526 to be received from New York State Office of Homeland Security. This program is designed to provide law enforcement agencies with resources to purchase and/or supplement their capabilities in detecting, disrupting, and preventing acts of terrorism. The funding be set aside for Nassau County for training exercises for $39,473, and $300,026 will be set aside for equipment purchases. There is no required match for this funding.
Thank you very much. Delia?
So these are all good grants, and we don't have to match with any of them, correct?
Yes.
Are these, I don't recall many of these in the past. Are these new sources of funding?
These are all additional supplements from previous grant
So we
awards.
have had all of them before?
Yep.
Okay, I just might not have recalled all of them. Is there some type of like accounting for these, obviously, that we have to do to send to the state? Like, for instance, we show how we used it to, how the funding for prevention of...
There is a reporting process that our grants unit within the police department gets all the backup documentation and to make sure we're adhering to the rules of the grant.
Because some of the programs, I think, I mean, do you, I don't want to say advertise, but you make it known that these are available for other police departments too, or is it just Nassau County, like, or is it some of our...
Well, some of them are state funded, some of them are federal funded. So
Right.
Other jurisdictions or municipalities would have a chance to participate in this. This is just the percentage that we're getting from our applications.
Okay, so all of this is just for Nassau County then?
Yeah, the one specifically I spoke about was a joint between us and Suffolk County.
Right.
So
But that
and
was just a pass-through.
it was a pass through
Okay.
from them to us, but we worked in partnership with Suffolk.
Okay, all right, well, good work. I'm glad to see that you're getting this money, you know, through grants. I know it's arduous and takes time, but it's good to see that, and they're used for good purposes, so
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Any other legislators? Any public comment? Yes? Please come up. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Rita J. Maraday. This is the reason why I kind of challenge or put the charge out going into 2023. This is supposed to be my month of being nice and calm. I know that's the month all about me, but anyway. This is the type of information that residents need to know about, that they need to be here, because we are standing here and we are always in support of our law enforcement. So with regard to the grants and the funding, we're definitely in support of that. But I also challenge in terms of these types of resources to protect safety and things of that nature, if we're not looking at some type of appropriation along with this to bolster our ongoing issue with crossing guards and providing them not only with salaries but with benefits, that would free a number of our law enforcement professionals, many of whom I interact with on a regular basis, particularly being a part of the first precinct, and we stand in support of those officers and employees that are, rebuilding with the second precinct with that facility. So we stand in support of that. But I'm hoping that we can kind of look at where some of these funds can actually go towards providing for public safety in that regard, for our public safety officers. If we're talking about deterring acts of terrorism, we need to support our public safety officers who protect all of you and all of us in our work that we're doing with regard to our community. So I'm in support of these grants. It's ideal if we could get additional funding. The federal government has numbers of avenues of opportunity for funding, so I'm hoping that the newly contracted grant writers are looking at that. If they're looking at resources that can benefit various departments within the county, that we're looking at those types of arenas to get additional funding so that we can get more law enforcement officers. We got officers now that are riding around in the same cars that are like 10, 20 years old. If we're talking about providing for protection and support, they need to have viable vehicles that they can travel in to protect our interests and those of our elected officials. So that's why I just wanted to stand here, and again, these various departments, I'm encouraged by this particular report. And again, I charge and challenge the elected officials to inform your public constituents with regard to these types of activities and support services that are taking place, that our law enforcement, our Nassau County Police Department is actively doing for our protection and yours. But let's look at how we can be more proactive in supporting our crossing guards, our public safety officers, giving them some support, giving them resources and benefits so that we can address many of the challenges that are impacting our community as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of passing item 384-22, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Okay, clerk, item number 386-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation and ordinance in connection with the district attorney. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Georgie Whitten, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. The item is before us. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman, Legislators. Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. There are actually two grants under 386-22. Both are funded by the United States Justice Department. The first supplemental appropriation request of $100,000 is for the Hate Crimes Prosecution Program. It's going to be used for salary for a dedicated unit chief, which we believe will enhance the unit by enabling the unit chief to reach out and spend more time organizing with police organizations, reaching out to the community, educating and prosecuting hate crimes. The second is a grant request, a supplemental request of $166,667 to use DNA for cold cases, specifically violent cases. And just coincidentally, today you may have seen on the news that using DNA, Richard Cottingham, who was the torso killer, pled guilty to a 1968 murder and admitted to killing 4 other women in Long Island. And the funds will be used to enhance and improve the DNA programs that we now have that have run through the Homicide Bureau.
It's very interesting when you hear that, and because it's even more, they could even take almost like minute particles of DNA now, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, just really, it's good to know. Any other, Legislator Millay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a member of the Anti-Semitism Task Force, and we're getting close to presenting a report or putting a report together with some ideas and things. So this grant to about hate crimes prosecution program, is that all earmarked to go in a very specific way, or is there any type of...
Right now, of the $100,000, $97,500 is going to wages.
Okay.
For the dedicated unit chief.
Okay. So.
But if you have questions or if you send me information, I will pass it on to the unit.
I think we're going to be asking for a member from the
Yeah, that-
DA's office to come and talk with us at our next meeting.
That is the
so.
intent, so we'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comment?
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Meet J. Day. First, I need to give a shout out to the POP officers because, again, they do a great job and they do provide a significant benefit to the community. I'm in support of any initiative that addresses hate of any kind. I'm hopeful that when I attended by accident, there was a forum or summit from I believe the Health Committee that addressed hate, but unfortunately there lacked representation at that summit as far as the presentation from persons of African American descent. And what most people don't realize is that African Americans continue to be number one in the numbers of hate crimes and related activities in this country to this day. It's a sad history, but it's a truism that we need to face, and if we're going to collectively erase all of the hate, be it anti-Semitism, hatred against Asians who were falsely accused of the COVID virus, all of these issues need to be brought to the table. So whoever is convening on this particular body, it's my hope that they are inclusive but also backed by fundamental research and analysis as to the true dynamics of the scope of these issues that are permeating through our county and through our country. So, again, I'm in support of this. Again, I can only hope that the county is not seriously just looking at this from, a committee and here's a report and then we put out a press release. I'm hoping that there are additional funds and resources, and again, I cannot stress this enough, that the federal government, particularly in the last 3 months, has issued more than enough executive orders and potential for resources that this county, for whatever reason, fails to participate in achieving. As we're coming up now, next week, we're having the VA as well as the VFW is having an outreach with regard to the PACT bill funding for burn pits, et cetera, and what has been a bone of contention for our veterans. And again, Nassau County continues to lag behind in pursuing these types of resources that could be beneficial for our community. So I'm again hoping that this commission, with their salaries that they're being given, that they're looking into all aspects of hate and to potential solutions, trainings, and resources to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All those in favor of passing item 386-22, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, the item passes unanimously. There is also an addendum to this agenda. May I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Phillips, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. All those in favor? Aye, the rules are suspended. Clerk, item number 389-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the probation department. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. The item is before us. Who is here from probation?
Good afternoon, Joe Shalero, Nassau County Department of Probation Fiscal Officer. This item is for two grants, covers two grants. One is the Stop DWI program. It's a $237,000 grant. It funds, it's an offset to funding of probation officers, as well as ancillary expenses such as victim impact panels, overtime, et cetera. There's no county share to this. It's a strict pass-through from Nassau County Traffic Safety Board. Any questions on that one?
Is that the funding with probation? Are you the ones that put in the interlock systems?
Yes.
So that would be connection with this?
Correct. It's connected
this
with the
particular
interlock,
grant?
electronic monitoring, scram monitoring, the electric monitoring bracelets, anything related to that. So this month, this grant funds a small portion of that function.
Perfect. Okay. Any other legislators? Legislator Giorgio.
This isn't exactly pertaining to that item, but item 203-22, when we were supposed to, it was addressing, I think it was $307,000 that.
Is that pretrial?
Have you heard anything about that? Because do you know when it expires?
My
or-
understanding is that still has been tabled,
Huh.
that it was not untabled yet.
I wonder how we can get it moving. Yeah, I would think it would be untabled by now unless there's some specific reason not to use it. Do you know if it expires?
No, it does not.
Okay, well, that makes me feel a little better.
No, I believe that may be scheduled for next month. I don't know about the scheduling, but I
good.
know we inquired about that
All
and
right.
believe it's hopefully going to be scheduled for next
For
month.
January? Okay, terrific. I
Right.
just hate to see us lose money.
No,
you know?
well, we strive very hard, ardently not to do that.
I know you do, so I just
Yeah.
want to make sure we stay on top of
Yeah.
it on our end. So thank you.
And the second grant on this item is the STIP grant, which is the supervision, I always have to remember what STIP stands for, which is the supervision of juveniles, and it's $237,000 appropriation. This is the county, I'm looking at the wrong one, so forgive me for a moment. I'm still looking at the previous one, the DOE. This is an appropriation of $164,300. It is the 38%, the county share is 38% of the full amount. The state picks up 68% of that, which is about $164,000, I believe. And this funds the non-RTA portion of the STIP programs that we provide, including electronic monitoring, juvenile justice services, family court overtime for probation officers. There's a series of programs that are funded by it. The original approval was received in March of 2022. The final approval was received in October of 2022, which is why it's before you now.
Legislator Bynum? No, you don't? Okay. Thank you very much. Any public? Okay, thank you. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Okay. All right. Okay. Clerk, the item passes unanimously. All right, clerk, item number 39-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Correctional Center. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Pilip. Is anyone here from the administration? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Narda Hall, Correctional Center. Item 39022 is for two items. The first one is for the federal drug forfeiture program. The item appropriates $138,126 in funds received from the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency deposited with the county treasurer. The funds will be used towards the K-9 purchases and training. Should I continue with the second one? Okay. The second appropriation is for the GIVE Award to the Gun Involved Violence Elimination Program. It's for $22,000. The item will be used for overtime training, investigations, information sharing, and meetings for our gang intelligence unit.
I know Any comment for, no? Any public comment? I see none. All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay. Okay. Sorry about this. Okay. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. All right, and, okay, sorry about that. All right. All right, there's no other business in front of this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by, yay, here you go. This is going to be the last one on the committee, so let's give him his, right, it's December. So there you go, Steve. Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Hiller. All right, all those in favor? This item is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Public Works is next.
At this time, I'll call the Public Works and Parks Committee together to order, and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Legislator Carrier Solage, Legislator Arnold Drucker, Ranking Member Sheila Bino, Legislator James Kennedy, Legislator Laura Schaefer, okay, Vice Chairman John Giuffre, and Chairman C. William Gaylor III.
Present.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. May I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Giuffre, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The rules are suspended. So we have before us today clerk item number 394-22, which is a resolution designating the Nassau County Department of Parks, Recreation, and Museums as Nassau County's tourist promotion agency to receive tourism, advertising, and promotion gifts. All right. So may I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. So this item is now before us. Anybody from the administration like to tell us about this resolution?
Yes, good afternoon. This will designate Nassau County with parks as the, Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner. This item will designate Nassau County as our own tourism promotion agency as a short-term fix. And it allows us to do two things. It'll allow us to receive grant funds from the Empire State Development's I Love New York Matching Funds grant program to promote tourism in Nassau County. It'll also allow us to receive additional stipend that we would then transfer to Discover Long Island, who will use these funds along with an identical contribution from Suffolk County to conduct a regional tourism campaign on our behalf. And in that campaign, they will promote both counties as a region. The county missed out on this opportunity funding in 2022 because there was no tourism promotion agency in place. I didn't want to miss out on the opportunity here again. We're in the process of issuing an RFP for a tourism promotion agency outside of ourselves. And when we do issue a contract for that agency, we can then transfer these funds to them.
good. So if I think I heard you right, you say you'll be the lead agency, you'll collect the money, and then you can designate it out to third parties?
Well, in a portion of it.
Okay.
A portion we're going to use in-house, and we'll match it, and then 50% of it goes to Discover Long Island, who will administer the regional program for both counties.
Gotcha. Okay, is there any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All right, all those in favor of passing? Oh, I'm sorry, Legislator Bino.
Thank you. So do you know how much we could stand to get from New York State?
I came prepared, yes. For the county, we will receive $86,250. And for the region, we will receive $86,250 for a total of $172,500.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any further debate or discussion? Public comment? Ms. Meriday?
Thank you.
Maida J. Meriday. I'm in favor of this, just hoping that we can tie this into something maybe with like the National Parks Department and also working with the state. We're talking about tourism and things of that nature for people coming here, for those who travel Southern State Parkway. I mean, years ago, we used to have that toll booth. I'm not looking to get that back. But we did have a center. It was kind of a tourism, a resource center that people could maybe stop if they're not familiar with the area. That's one thing that we don't have along our roadways in Nassau County is any type of linkages. If you go on parkways, you go on the Thruway, Garden State Parkway, New Jersey, they have recognition of local tourist attractions, places where people can get gas, something to eat, a historic landmark. But we need to have some type of facility along that roadway. And again, I know that that's a state roadway, but now that we're losing someone from the county to the state, that might be something that they can also look into, Legislator Rhodes, for that additional funding to address that. Because again, we want to put that funding to good use, but we also want to hopefully maximize those resources. Again, we also had a location there for our state troopers. I know that they moved the facility off of Meadowbrook Parkway, but it's clear because of the number of fatalities and the issues in that particular corridor in Southern State Parkway and now increasing on Northern State Parkway that we really need to bolster that type of support, not only for our residents, but for people who are passing through. So we want to make them more amenable for them to stop in Nassau County, to get gas, to get something to eat. We're doing great things at Hempstead Lake State Park. I mean, again, that's right off of the parkway. Let's make that more attractive and amenable for, again, residents here so we can promote staycations, but also for those who come through our county to go to other locations. So I am definitely in support of this grant, but again, I'm hoping that we can build on it, generate relationships, working relationships with with Suffolk County, with Queens and Brooklyn, so that we can make that whole transport of the 110 miles that is the width of Long Island amenable for all those who transverse on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murdock. Any other public comment? All right. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. There being no other business in front of this committee, can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. All those in favor? This committee is now adjourned. Health will be next. Madam Chairwoman, Legislator Walker.
I'll call the Health Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll if the clerk is here. Please step away. Okay, so I guess I will take the roll. Legislator Lafazan. Sure, he's coming right out. he's coming out. Legislator Drucker, Legislator Dirigi-Witten is here, Legislator Gaylor, Legislator Schaefer, Legislator Philippe, and myself, I am here, and Legislator Lafrezan is here. We have a quorum. Before we start, I'm going to ask for a motion to suspend the rules by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of suspending the rules, signify by saying aye. Okay. There are two items on the agenda. The first is clerk item 383-22. It's an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Health Department. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker.
How are you? Good afternoon. Andy Simone, Health Department. There are actually 4 items under 383-22. The first one is for $490,000 for the Sexually Transmitted Disease Intervention Services Grant. This grant is funded through the New York State Department of Health. The program provides disease intervention services to reduce morbidity and mortality from syphilis, gonorrhea, and chlamydia. Staff in this grant confirms diagnosis, treatment of the infection with the health provider. Patient is interviewed, counseled, education is provided. Partner notification and referrals for testing are also provided. Any questions on that?
Any question on that particular part? Okay.
Okay, the second is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $70,000 for the Child Fatality Review Team. This is 100% grant funded as well through the New York State Office of Children and Family Services. The Child Fatality Review Team reviews all deaths of children who reside and die in Nassau County and whose death is unexplained or unexpected. Any questions on that one?
Okay.
The third appropriation is in the amount of $147,667 for the Children and Youth with Special Health Care Needs program. The New York State Department of Health is awarding the county additional funding to provide information to families of children and youth who fall into the definition of special health care needs. And there's a special caveat to this grant. We will be required to have 1 full-time employee as a requirement to accept this new funding. Any questions there?
Legislators? No.
No.
Okay.
The fourth is in the amount of $124,486 from the New York State Department of Health, AIDS Institute, and Health Research, Inc. to continue and enhance the expanded partner services program. Any questions on that one?
Okay. Any questions from any of the legislators? Comments? Public comment? Okay, then all those in favor of clerk item 383-22 signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, any abstained? No, then this will go on to finance. Thank you very much. And the clerk item 391-22 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Social Services. Motion by Legislator Philippe, seconded by Oh, you're not on this committee? Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, you're on. Yes, Legislator Philippe, and seconded by Legislator Lafrezan. Okay, we're ready. How are you? Just hit the button.
Okay. Nancy Nunziata, Commissioner, DSS, and I'm here with Joanne Oweiss, who is our contracts attorney. The item that we're discussing is an allocation from New York State OTDA. They allocated money to every county in New York State to provide permanent housing services. Right now, it's a 1-year allocation, but according to the state, they suspect that this will be continued in several years to come. And basically what they were looking for are creative solutions to homelessness. So this particular program is going to be targeting our chronically homeless population. We have chronically homeless single adults, and we have chronically homeless families. We define chronically homeless as people who've been in our system for over 2 years. Right now, we have over 100 people in that category. And what we're looking to do is work with several of the, well, we're not going to be doing, we're going to be subcontracting it, but I'll let Joanne speak to the RFP that's going out. We're going to be looking to engage a nonprofit provider who would work with several of the hotel motels who would be setting aside units to provide permanent housing. For many of our chronically homeless, they've been in the same hotel motel for 2 years, 3 years. It's essentially become their home. This program would bring in case management services, behavioral therapy. It would also require that there be a lease agreement between the homeless individual and the hotel. They would have to contribute toward their housing. And essentially, we would take those units, and instead of them just being a homeless housing room, it would become permanent housing. So they would come off our homeless housing rolls and really give people a shot at developing the skills that they need to live permanently. This plan, we had to submit our plan to the state, and the state reviewed the plan, and they have approved our plan. Maybe Joanne, just speak briefly about the RFP because you had put it together.
The RFP that's going to, hi, Joanne Oweiss, Deputy County Attorney. The RFP that's going to be issued is just for the not-for-profit administrator of the program. And out of the $2 million plus funding, 15% of it can get allocated to administrative costs. That would be covered under the not-for-profit, who would do the intake, provide the supportive services that the Commissioner mentioned, and also enter into the lease agreements. We plan to issue that RFP hopefully at the end of this week.
Would we be trying to work with these hotels, motels, and make it more than just a hotel room?
Yeah.
Because, like you said, there are families I know that have been in a room with 3 children in a hotel room for, years. Like, and it, what do they have? Maybe the hotel or the motel might have some place where there's a microwave or something, but these little families live, it's not really conducive to a home.
Yeah, absolutely. So the idea would be the single rooms that they'd become like an efficiency unit. So the hotel owner would put in, a microwave, refrigerator, whatever it is that, bare minimum of what people need. And the same thing with the one bedrooms. That's where usually the families are. And again, they would become more of an efficiency apartment versus just a hotel room. So, it's different. We're trying to do some out-of-the-box thinking. Because we have people who essentially, this room has been their home for a long time. Our oldest person has been there over 3,000 days, and that's a long time.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So
and that's, I see it bad enough for a single individual, but for a little family, kids start getting bigger, they're trying to do schoolwork, it's not a home situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's nice to go stay in a motel for a short time and kids get excited, but not when that's all you have.
The good thing here is we're allowed to have the wraparound services, which has been really hard to fund. So we're going to be having, the nonprofit would bring with them case managers and behavioral therapists, so that we can also start looking at some of the issues. Because for a lot of our long-term homeless, they generally have some mental health issues. That's one of our hardest populations to work with. So.
Okay. Any other legislators? Legislator Schaefer?
Hi, Commissioner. How are you?
Hi, good.
Good. I have some questions.
Sure.
So the hotels that you're talking about, are they going to be different from the ones they're currently in?
A couple of our current, the hotels are where they're currently living.
Okay.
We have about 4 hotel owners who really do a marvelous job and are very committed to the population.
Mm-hmm.
So those would be the folks that we're reaching out to. We've already been in discussion with them.
Okay. And you mentioned also that the families would be contributing somehow.
Yeah, right now, we pay the hotels. We pay for a single room at $76 a night, and I forget for the one bedroom. But here, this would be a requirement, because we do have people living who have Social Security income or whatever income, and they'd have to pay up to 30% of their income. We can't charge them and we wouldn't charge them anymore. But, so that's the other piece of it, is it really begins to get people understanding that there's a relationship between where they live and how much you have to pay, that it's not totally free,
Right.
which is how it is now.
Okay, so is that part of the determination process as to who will be, going in, is who can pay
Yeah,
for-
the provider, whomever we pick, they will have to do a whole intake, and part of that will be a financial screening.
Okay.
To take a look at what resources people have.
Okay, but obviously the people who can't pay will stay
Well, then
in the
it's-
situation
sure,
they're in. Okay.
sure. Yeah.
And then I guess my other question was sort of, how did you determine, will it be the company that we choose for the RFP
Yeah.
that determines how they are chosen, like who's chosen to get
Yes.
in, or who qualifies, I should say, is the better word?
Yeah, so we'll put, you want to speak to it, because we'll put it out.
But I think during the intake, there'll be, reporting requirement. They'll have to go, like the commissioner said, get all the information. And I think the person the selected vendor will have to work with the Long Island Coalition of Homeless and the Continuum of Care to develop who will be part of this program.
Got it. And then you mentioned wraparound services that are going to be part of this program. So that's going to be part of this. What happens now? Are we able to address some of those, or offer those services to those
listen,
people that are in hotels?
we're definitely there for the folks that are here, but the bottom line is we don't have, at the department, we don't have the case management resources to outsource to where folks are living. This will provide that, which is also a very big plus.
Okay. Do they currently have this program somewhere else, like in New York City or anywhere else that you know of?
No, it's there's a lot of creative thinking going around this state because everybody's struggling with what to do with this particular population, the chronically homeless, because we all have them, some more, some less.
Right.
So no, this was just this was an internal discussion that we had at the department to see if we could figure out ways to use this money, which is free money. We had no idea that this money was being allocated, so it's not like we had to apply for it. It was money that the state gave out.
Okay.
And essentially, they said to us, this is the time to think outside the box, so this is what we're doing.
Okay, so you came up with the program?
Yeah,
It's
we
not
came
something-
up with it.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, it sounds very good to me. I wish you luck with it.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure. Legislator Gaylor?
Sure. How do the kids get to school, and what school do they go to?
Children who are homeless under the McKinney-Vento Act, they have to be bused to whichever school their parent wants. So if a parent, if they're in placement, say in Massapequa, but their school is in Freeport, we have to make arrangements, the department makes those arrangements for the busing to bring the kids to school. Because oftentimes, the school is the most permanent piece that children have going for them. So it's a parent's choice. Most parents keep their children in their school district of origin. And what's also interesting, if a parent does choose to change their children's school, to have them closer to the shelter or the motel, the school district of origin must still pay for that child. So it doesn't impact financially that school district. But they have to go to school. We do they call them stack forms that have to be done for all of these children.
Is that busing that, like a yellow bus pulls up and picks them up, or is
Yeah,
it, or do we
yeah,
give
just
them
just like any other kids get picked up for school, same thing.
Okay, and is that part of what we can spend this money on, or does
Sure.
that come from
Well,
different
that would just
funds?
be, that's just part of the package. I mean, whatever families we work with, we have to make sure the kids go into school. And that's by law.
Yeah, okay. And these are predominantly single rooms or one-bedroom apartments?
They're predominantly single,
Yeah.
but we do have, we allocated for 97 single rooms and 21 one-bedrooms in the funding that we received.
So what do you do with a family that's, say, two parents and two teenage kids, but one's a male and one's a female? I mean,
Yeah.
how do you squeeze them all in and
Well, a lot of times,
respect their privacy and,
yeah, well, sometimes in that situation, we would use 2 rooms. That's what we would have to do. So that's what we do right now, and we would pay, so it's one family, but they're occupying 2 units.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Legislative.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you just said you allocated how many single rooms and how many one-bedrooms?
97
97 single
and
rooms?
21 one-bedrooms, yeah,
Okay.
based on,
My question was going to be, how many families do you think you could, help with
Yeah,
this amount
at
of
least
money, but
20.
obviously?
yeah, and right now we have over 100 chronically homeless single adults.
Okay.
That's the big bulk of the population. The chronically homeless population in Nassau County predominantly are single adults.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And do you like rotate that at all? Like,
I'm sorry?
I mean, once someone is placed in a home, like, what about the ones who don't get placement? They just have to wait and eventually you try to place them somewhere?
Well, everyone will still, our system, the system that we use now to place people will still be the same system.
Okay.
We're just going to target a specific group for this program. My hope would be that if we get more money next year, we open up the program further, because we will have taken care of a portion. Now, the state has given all indication that we're going to all be getting this money again. So that's our
And we hope so, because we certainly wouldn't want to then say, oh, sorry, now you can't.
Right. And what we're hoping is if the model is successful, and again, we won't know until we try, that it's something that we could replicate when the additional money comes. That would be the plan.
Right. And there is still Section 8 housing and those type of programs.
Yeah, but we don't, the Department of
run
Social
that.
Services doesn't
Doesn't run
manage
that.
that.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. Any of the other Legislator Drucker?
Thank you, Legislator Walker. Hello, Commissioner.
Hi, how are you?
Good. The 4 hotels that you said do a fantastic job, I would imagine you're not referring to the 2 dilapidated places in Jericho and Jericho Turnpike.
No, we're not.
And I think it's really a stretch to call some of these places hotels. And it's even a stretch to call them motels.
Right.
Are you still housing homeless people in the 2 Jericho motels?
Yes, we are.
And and that's going to be in the foreseeable future too.
Unless the numbers start changing.
What numbers?
I'm sorry?
What numbers are you
The
referring to?
homeless numbers. Unless they start changing and going down, which they're not, yeah, we need the beds, especially this time of year when we have code blue, where we have to house anyone once it hits 32 degrees in the evening. We have to house anyone that is unhoused, and that's even people that are undocumented, and that's by law. And this will happen through March.
And what about the habitability of those particular places? They're really not habitable. I mean, I think, anyone I speak to, police, fire department, they go there all the time, and they can't imagine how people can live there.
Listen, I couldn't agree with you more.
And the
but
project,
if you
the project that was that was going to convert the Hampton Inn was a laudable project because it offered so much in terms of auxiliary, services that these homeless people crave for and require. But there were other factors that were impacted on that project. But I would like to see the emphasis to be on the services that are going to be provided, because it's mental health, it's health in general, it's just social welfare, academic, recreational. There's so many services that we need to offer them rather than a one-room efficiency that house one or more people in a family. And I think we're doing a disservice to homeless people. It's not enough to just say, well, the numbers are what they are, so we got to stick them in places like those 2 motels in Jericho, which are just terrible.
Well, I don't think I'm saying that the numbers are what they are. We just stick them anywhere. There's no stronger advocate for homeless people than the person you're looking at.
I agree with you. I agree
So I think what we're doing is taking what we have, which isn't a great system, and trying to make it better. This money will allow us to bring some of those services at least to a portion of the people that are currently housed. If there are other alternatives, listen, there's all kinds of shelters one could build, but we already know how difficult that is. So this is really, again, an attempt at bringing the services to people that probably need them the most, which are the folks that are chronically homeless, that just can't seem to get out of that cycle. So, that's what we hope to do. My ears are always open for any other alternatives as well. You have a very strong homeless advocate standing in front of you, so.
No. I know that you are, Commissioner, I know that you are. Are there any other projects on the horizon, like there were at the Hampton Inn? Is there anything else that you guys are contemplating?
No, we're possibly talking to, and again, that's not me, because it's coming out of the administration is talking to one or two other hotel owners and that are in much better shape, but we're not there yet. These things take time, and I think we all learn lessons with the Hampton Inn, and I certainly learned a few myself.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Sure. Legislator Durkee Whitten.
Hi, Commissioner, and thank
Hi.
you for all that you do. So if you have the money for 100 rooms, do you have 100 rooms available, do you think?
People are already living in these rooms, so what we're going to do is essentially clean up these rooms, make them efficiency units. So it's not a question of finding rooms for people. This has already been people's homes.
Okay, so
when you're living somewhere 2 and 3 years, it's your home, it's their comfort zone. So what we're hoping with this money to do is, first of all, clean up those units, make them efficiency units, and then provide the services to these folks.
okay, so you have enough rooms
Yes.
available already
Yes,
for
we
this
do.
fund? Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Any other legislators have any concerns or comments or questions? Any public comment? Hearing none, all in favor of clerk item 391-22 signify by saying aye. Any nays, any abstentions? Then this will move on to finance. And Commissioner, thank you. Thank you
Thank
both
you.
very, very much.
Thank you.
There's no other items before this committee. We have a motion to adjourn by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we are adjourned and move on to finance. Okay. I'm like, no, I have your name on here. Here.
Okay, Finance, Mr. Pilcher, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Chairman. Finance roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislator Carrie Salage. Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemary Walker. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman John Ferretti. Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
you. Okay, we're going to start out with a motion to suspend the rules. That motion is made by Mr. Ferretti, seconded by Ms. Walker. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye. Any opposed? The rules are suspended. The next thing we're going to do is several items which have gone through previous committees and have been approved and require no further debate or discussion as they have been agreed to by both the majority and minority. And I will call those next, and those are numbers 382 of 22, 383, 384, 385, 386, and on the addendum 389, 390, and 391. Motion by Mr. Drucker, seconded by Mr. McKevitt. All those in favor of those items, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Next, we're going to go a little bit out of order. And that would be number 373, which is a resolution ratifying a collective bargaining agreement between County of Nassau and Nassau Community College. And that is moved by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafazan. Mr. Gross, I understand you'd like to, yeah, I don't think this is a very controversial item, but, you know, go ahead.
Is that better? I just wanted to point out that if any of the legislators wondered why it took 5 years to settle this contract, I did want to point out that this agreement was a first agreement. In other words, it was a new bargaining unit, and whenever a new bargaining unit is created, the negotiations are starting from scratch. Secondly, the monetary demands of the union were quite high. Thirdly, it just was a very difficult negotiations to get a deal. We finally have. The county was directly involved in the negotiations, as well as the college. So I really do urge, these individuals have been without an increase for quite a while, and I would respectfully ask for approval of the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion, any comment, legislators? Hearing none, all those in favor of number 373, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Next, number 374, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an amendment to a grant agreement in the county of Nassau, and it's with Parks and Recreation and Girls Bands Rock. That is moved by Mr. Solage and seconded by Mr. McKevitt.
Hi, good afternoon again. Darcy Bellier, Commissioner of Parks. This item is an amendment to a grant agreement for $10,000 from the Hotel Motel Tax Program. It is with Girls Band Rock, Inc., doing business as Girls Rising, which is a foundation that holds an annual musical festival in Glen Cove. As part of their mission, they provide year-round workshops for school-age girls and young women, and also offer college scholarships to young musicians. This amendment is being presented because the festival could not be held in 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic. These funds will be provided retroactively and provide support for their recent June 2022 festival.
Thank you. Any questions? Any concerns? No. Hearing none. All those in favor of this item, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. That item is unanimous. Number 387. I think, Andy, are you there? I think you're probably, these are probably have a couple now. 387 is a transfer of appropriations. And that motion is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Drucker.
Good afternoon. Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. Item 387 is just a transfer of appropriations of $2,381 between grants. It's just to maximize grant utilization, so
Okay.
if you have any questions, I'm here.
Any questions? Any, okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Andy, you have another one?
Yes, I have one more. It's item 393. It's on the addendum.
393, yes, please. That is, motion is made by Ms. Walker and seconded by Mr. Lafferty. Yeah.
Hi, good. This is just a final year-end cleanup, so I don't have to do any polling for salaries like we've done in the past. We're just rebalancing some of the equation that we need for some areas where we might be short appropriations in the last month of the year. So,
Okay.
if you have any specific questions about some of the items on here, I'll gladly answer them.
Any questions? Any? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, number 392, thank you. And number 392 is a transfer of appropriations as well within the, and that motion is made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Mr. Lafferty.
That is a legislative majority item,
Right.
which is just transferring money from your employee benefit reserve out to other things. So.
Okay, I suppose, any questions here? No. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Andy. Now, we have a number of items that are going to require executive session. I'll call the items first, and those are numbers 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, and 372. The ones up till 370 are, I think, workers' comp, and 372 is pertaining to a performance bond. Motion is made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Did I miss one? And 381 as well. Motion on all those is made by Mr. McKevitt and seconded by Mr. Drucker. Now I'll take a motion for executive session made by Mr. Lapizan and seconded by Ms. Walker. All those in favor of executive session, please so indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? We're in executive session to which members of the Rules Committee are invited as well. Finance Committee is back. You want to, members, take your seats, please. Are we all here? Okay. What's that? Okay, we're out of executive session. We're just going to deal with those items. Specifically, we're going to vote on 362, 363, 364, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, 372, and 381. All those in favor of passing those items, please so indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Mr. McKevitt moves to adjourn. Mr. Drucker seconds the motion. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're back to rules.
Call the Rules Committee back into session. The item E-137, which we went into executive session before. Before we take action on it, Chris Lemoyne. E-137.
We have Brian Libert from the County Attorney's Office to issue a brief statement on that.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, legislators. Brian Libert from the County Attorney's Office. Legislators, E-13722 is a contract that supports Nassau County's ongoing efforts in bolstering its cybersecurity protocols. Please be advised that a discussion into the specifics of this contract will detail the county's cybersecurity protocols as well as its protective and preventative measures and risk assessment techniques. Therefore, we respectfully request that the details of 13722 be heard in executive session pursuant to Section 105A of Article 7 of the Public Officers Law, which permits executive sessions on matters that will imperil the public safety if disclosed. Happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, that was a statement that would authorize us to go into executive session, which we already did. But in layman's terms, basically, the county will not be disclosing the identity of the vendor or the terms of the contract, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the basis for that position is?
That it would imperil public safety to do so.
Okay, and as such, It's exempt from various disclosure laws, such as FOIL, as well as other open meetings laws requirements.
Correct.
This is an unusual circumstance, and the legislature does not ever agree to these types of scenarios prior to this. But given the sensitivity of the issue and what we're seeing unfolding in Suffolk County, I believe this is an extraordinary circumstance that would justify treating this in the way that you suggested. Just for the record, we were provided with a full briefing by the administration, attorneys, IT, et cetera, as well as Deputy County Executive Tatum Fox in executive session, so that the legislature has the terms of the contract, the identity of the vendor. Anyone else want to ask Brian any questions?
I think you summed it up best, Presiding Officer. We were briefed earlier, both sides. I appreciate that, Brian, and as well as every members of the administration as well. Obviously, this is a very sensitive matter, and we don't want to talk about it too much. We're trying to give the public as much information as we can, while at the same time protect them. So I think that's important as well. But I think your comments, Presiding Officer, summed it up best.
Thank you. Okay, Brian, I think we're good? Go ahead.
We just want to also mention that both the procurement office and the inspector general also looked at everything and signed off on it, and has approved the process of procurement and signed off on it. So, okay, that's it.
That's good. Thank you.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, we need an amendment in the nature of a substitution to amend the resolution that the legislature will be passing. All right, moved by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion on the amendment? Any public comment? Hearing none. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, now the resolution as amended. All in favor of the resolution as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, passes unanimously. We're going to the consent calendar, items that went through committees just a few moments ago. It's been agreed that no further debate or discussion is needed on these items at this time. 362, 363, 365, 366, 367, 368, 369, 370, 372, 373, 374. Okay, 381, 382, 383, 384, 385, 386, 387. Okay, and then on the addendum, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394. And that's it. Any debate or discussion on those items? Oh, motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator DeRidge-Whitten. Any debate or discussion on those items? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We're going to call 364, which Legislator Rhodes will be recusing himself. He's leaving the chambers, will not be participating in any debate or discussion or vote. That's a motion by, actually I'll read it. Resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiff as set forth in the action Anthony Brown versus the County of Nassau. Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell moves that, seconded by Legislator Bino. Any debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We invite Legislator Rhodes back in. The next several items are all resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute intermunicipal agreements with various local villages and municipalities. And they are items 375, 376, 377, 388, 379. I'm sorry. 370, 375, 376, 377, 378, 379, and 380. Motion by Minority Leader Abrahams, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel. Any debate or discussion on these items? Hearing none, unless you wanted to add something that's already...
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, okay, carries unanimously. Okay, now 388 is a resolution to confirm the county executive's appointment of Rodney H. McCray as Executive Director to the Nassau County Commission on Human Rights. Motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Reggie Whitten. Traditionally, we don't have appointees come to the committee meetings, but they do come to the full legislature for discussion and debate. Obviously, we know Mr. McCray for many years, and just as obviously, if anyone wants to speak with him in advance, they can. But any debate or discussion on this? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Maybe for the last time, I'm going to ask Legislator Rhodes to make a motion to adjourn the Rules Committee. Seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. We are adjourned. Maybe. We may come back. Yeah.